Let's pause for now. Hold on. Alrighty. How's it going, everybody? Hope you're all doing well on this fine Sunday afternoon. Yeah, afternoon to be right. We're here. We're back. And how long has it been since let me see. Last stream was June 2nd and this stream is the 7th. So 5 days or so. 5 days. Yeah, you know, honestly just trying to finish up this game now that we're so close to the end. Will I be able to finish it this stream? Probably not. I'm probably gonna have one more stream before the end of the game, which would bring the total live stream count to 17 videos, which would be one shorter than the original. Yeah, one shorter. But again, this series is a lot longer than the first game. I want to make that known. They are not the same in stream count. Let's see. If I'm being honest, it would have been 16 streams, but because I had to leave for the EV visual stream when it was only an hour and 40. It ended up being 17 right now. But it is what it is. All I can do is just keep pushing, right? Anyways, let's continue. The unexpected halt of The unexpected halt of proceedings sent a clamor around the courtroom. Outside the Bailey, where Londoners knew nothing of the secret trial within, it was a typical still night. Then, at a little past 8 o'clock that evening, Mr. Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street. 3rd of November, 8:07 p.m. Sholmes' suite. Wow, look at the dinner rolled out. Oh, they have the what's it called? The extras menu theme. That's cool. We have returned, my dear fellows. Welcome back to Britain, and thank you for your timely help. Oh, I don't think that's right. I don't think that's Naruto's voice. Think nothing of it. I believe you've had even more wearing of a day than Mikotoba and I do. You could say that. We won the brick of defeat in court earlier. So this prosecutor, Asogi, had you on the ropes, did he? He's your best friend, you say? Well, he's not really the man I knew in Japan anymore. You see, Kazuma's changed. Oh, Mr. Naruto. I mean, it's incredible to think that he even entertained the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin. Well, nevertheless, you must introduce me. After all, I've only ever met the young man as a corpse. When all this started, about almost a year ago now, Mr. Sholmes hasn't told us the truth about what really happened back then. About the motivation for what he himself described as a great detective's lie. Now then, I must say, it's really quite a journey all the way to France. Well, it is another country, Mr. Sholmes. So, What's the news of Jigoku? We took him to Scotland Yard. The investigating detectives there have a lot of questions for the man. Poor Professor Bikotoba. That must be quite a shock for him. Ah, yes. I put this up at the telegraph office on our way home. What is it? Surely you haven't forgotten already. I put upon you for the matter only yesterday. You put upon me, Mr. Sholmes. You put upon me, Sholmes. Had to fill out your telegram to tell Japan and foot the bill as well. Oh, you had a reply already. Where's the audio settings? There you go. Give me 1 second, I gotta get it. Such matters can wait until later. I'm far too hungry for an involved conversation at present. Well, that's good news, because supper is ready, everyone. Ah, and what a feast it is! If I were none the wiser, I think the trial will run already. Roast beef, kibble stew, steak and kidney pie, Yorkshire pudding. Tomorrow could be a very long day, so eat up. In that case, I think I'll seat myself just here. This place appears to be the only one set with a helping of a pheasant as well. Oh, sorry, Hurley, not that. Wherever not? Are we in such places this evening? Yes, and that place is for Susie's daddy. For me? That's right. I made it especially for you, Professor Mickey. I see. Well, that's terribly kind of you. It's a shame, really. What do you mean? Well, there you go. Well, for a brief moment I believed it. That Susie and I were half-sisters, I mean. Oh. Iris, do you mean... Yes, I know now. I overheard yesterday. I secretly listened in on a conversation you had, after I tricked you all to thinking I'd left. What? Alrighty. The misunderstanding arose because of that autopsy report from 10 years ago. But actually, it turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Bikotoba are Iris' father. Yes, about that, Iris. You know, I know. You can't tell me at the moment. Oh, Iris. She says that a lot, doesn't she? That's just such a kind soul. The pheasant... Tizzy. The pheasant is by the way of an apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping. Oh, no, it's quite alright. Then why don't I get an apologetic pheasant? So just who is Iris's father? I suppose that's not something we'll be finding out today. So then, let us dine, while our largely pheasantless plates are still piping hot. A fine idea, Sholmes. It all looks absolutely delicious. Eat as much as you like. There's always seconds. This could be our last chance to ask questions before tomorrow's trial. About that telegram from Japan, and about Kazuma. I can't let this opportunity slip away. Oh, you can't even move. Wow. Alrighty. Yeah, everything's all examined, which is good. Professor Bikotoba. Mr. Sholmes, what's he doing? Surely it's abundantly clear I wasn't brooding over Mikotoba's refusal to share his pheasants with me. Nevertheless, I felt the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while and look on with hungry eyes. Sorry, Hurley, but I cooked that pheasant especially for Susie's daddy. Even though I played the role of father to you for far longer. Mr. Sholmes, can I discuss some things with you? Certainly, my dear fellow. I found myself quite in the mood for a spell of conversation. Oh, I get a message for someone? Oh. Oh yeah, this is definitely a scam. I'm not clicking that. No doubt you're hungry to learn more of my deep love of the game. Oh, of game, not... Sorry. Excuse me, sorry, I might be coughing throughout the stream. I don't know if I'm a little sick or if it's just like... I don't know, it's something that came up, but like... I wouldn't be surprised if I'm sick. I gotta take better care of myself. I could probably contain my curiosity on that one. You need to look at me in that fashion. In what fashion? It seems that before we discuss the pheasant, we have some rather unpheasant matters to discuss, but shh. Alrighty.
Telegram from Japan.
So, what was in that telegram you received back from Japan? Or, back from Japan, rather? Oh, this? I think my lucky stars did arrive in time. Record found is indicated. Duplicate follows. K. Asogi. K. Asogi. A. Shin. T. Gregson. J. Wilson. What? Those 4 names. We've come across that exact. Excuse me, I can't talk. We've come across that exact same list before. They came up in that unforgettable case last spring. What appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder turned out to be masking monumental intrigue. A plot that involved the sale of British governmental secrets to foreign states. And exposing the means by which those secrets were being leaked, we deciphered a fragment of the message. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. But we didn't find the names out until the case was over, and we never did get to the bottom of what they meant. All we know was that the information had been sent by somebody in the British government, to somebody in Japan. So, why are the names coming up again now? Yes, where did the sender of your telegram discover them, Mr. Shums? I have here a message I had wired yesterday. Allow me to read it to you. Enter Judge Jigoku's office undetected and investigate telegram records. Telegram records. Expect to find communication from from Britain, dated 1 year ago. List the 4 names. Need by tomorrow. Naruhodo. Oh wow. I sent it to a detective I know who specializes in clandestine missions of this nature. Huh. You asked Inspector Hosonaga to undertake such an onerous task for you? And in my name? I wonder what guise he opted for this time. My dear fellows, it was a matter of great urgency, you understand. Anyway, the list of names was found in Seishiro's office, as Sholmes predicted. So you mean, that mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was... It was sent to Judge Jigoku. He was the intended recipient. I don't believe it. But that doesn't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies. I did formulate a hypothesis about that. But without a shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it. Mr. Shams looks deadly serious for once. The telegram from Japan has been entered to the call record. Telegram from Japan. A telegram from Inspector Hosonaga in Japan with details of the telegram he managed to locate by stealing into Judge Jigoku's office. That tragedy we had to go through on the SS Buria. It was all for nothing. Cosmo wasn't dead at all. We were completely taken in by the lie you told us. Your great detective's lie. I took no pleasure in deceiving you. However, at the time, all that concerned me was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost. What? I capitalized on the events that transpired to see that he was sent back to Japan. His remains, you mean? Precisely, Miss Suzuki. And then, I made sure that somebody else was sent to Britain in his stead. Oh my, you mean... The arrangement between our two countries is already in place. One university student's lawyer, and one judicial assistant to be accompanied on a study tour. In other words, by arranging for someone else to fill the place originally intended for Mr. Asogi, I would successfully prevent the man from arriving on our shores for several years at least. Wait, do you mean to say that it was all in aid of stopping Kazuma coming to Britain? That's why you... Think back, Mr. Naruhodo. Was there not somebody who quite casually urged you to continue on the voyage to England? I haven't seen Hosonaga in so long. I don't remember his voice. The terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. In light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. Are you a choir? He's one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. But there's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. The voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. So, you manipulated me. After remarked on the extraordinary lengths to which friendship will drive a man, I was quite sure that you would rise to the challenge for your late friend. I don't believe it. But if it was all contrived... I mean, what happened was treated by the authorities as a murder. A woman was mistakenly arrested as the perpetrator. What do you suppose became of her? Naturally, I didn't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussions. I subsequently explained everything and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding the foreign refuge she sought. I seem to remember Miss Suzuto and I had some rather strong words for her. Well, she was certainly not devoid of all guilt. She deserved every word, I'm sure. What if she made it to America, though? Now she feels guilty. I'm afraid I simply cannot comprehend it. Why would you go to such lengths, Mr. Sholmes? Why were you so determined to stop Kazuma-sama from reaching Britain? The truth is, 12 months ago, there was already a very tangible omen of the impending tragedy, you see. An omen that, at this very moment in time, oh, I suppose she just said, oh, that's all there was. At this very moment in time, is close at hand. Oh, sorry. An omen of all those tragic events that already existed a year ago is close at hand. We need to find out exactly what Mr. Sholmes knows. Sorry, just Alex's Lucky Charm was so cute. Music is so good, my goodness. Don't tell me it's actually this, is it? It was, wow. The thing that I thought... I'm dumb. Wow. Thank you, guys. Thank you. just cleaning up my face. Oh my goodness. Okay. Alright. There was no room for doubt with your instructions in the telegram, Mr. Sholmes. You were very clear that it was Judge Jigoku's office that should be searched. So, you obviously knew that's where the list of names would be found. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. But we only learned of those 4 names just over 6 months ago now. Only because they appeared as part of the top secret government communications that were leaked. That's true, yes. But at the time you were unaware of the background. You see, those 4 names were wired to Japan. Around 6 months before that. Approximately this time last year, in fact. When you were both still in Japan. It really would be hypocrisy on my part to reprove others for intercepting state secrets. Because after all, I'm perpetually eavesdropping on communications between the I'm perpetually eavesdropping on communications between the British and Japanese governments. You're perpetually doing what? How? Never mind the details, but you should know. No secret to stay from Herlock Sholmes, when he has designs on knowing it. Oh my, Mr. Sholmes, what a fabulous line. Now, 1 month after the list of 4 names was wired to the recipient Jigoku in Japan, Dr. John H. Wilson was murdered. As soon as I learned of that incident, a hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. As it turned out, I was partly correct, and partly mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow. Mr. Sholmes, please, tell us what you know. Tell us about these 4 names, and a tragedy to which they're all somehow connected. As I said, when I learned of Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan, my mind immediately turned to those 4 names. Because you see, there was someone else on the list who I believe to be recently deceased. What? Who? A. Shin, as it was described in... That's so funny. A. Shin. Asian. That's funny. You'll see why later. A. Shin, as it was described in Japanese script. In actual fact, Miss Asashima. That was a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer, well known among London's unsavory classes. Oh, I see. But she had completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder. So I came to the logical conclusion that she had herself been killed. And accordingly, I became fearful for the lives of the remaining 2 persons on the list. Ah, K. Asogi and T. Gregson. Owing to our proximity, I decided to take measures to protect Gregson myself. But I determined it would be safest if young Asogi were to stay away from Britain. Ah, so that's why you went to such lengths to prevent this study tour from going ahead. Exactly. So, you already knew who Kazuma-sama was, Mr. Sholmes. Oh yes, Sholmes and I have exchanged correspondence for years. I've recounted many tales about Asogi to him in my letters, and the news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course. So, Dr. Wilson is dead then? I didn't know. Oh, Iris. I knew he wasn't my daddy, but still. That's very sad. I'm so sorry, Iris. We knew the significance of the name, obviously, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to tell you. No. No. What you just told us, Mr. Sholmes, doesn't completely tie in with the facts. There's one big hole in your hypothesis. A big hole, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, yes. You mean about Asashina, I presume? Oh, of course. Exactly. She wasn't killed, was she? She was in Japan, posing as a visiting student under the name of Giselle Brett. I'm glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow. I only became aware of that fact 2 days ago, in the foyer of Great Waterloo Hotel. Ah. And upon hearing that startling revelation, the hypothesis that I formed surrounding those 4 names was completely turned topsy. What? Topsy? Topsy hypothesis. What do you mean when you say your hypothesis was turned topsy, Mr. Sholmes? I believed all 4 names on the list be the names of the victims. However, I was mistaken. Very much so. Asashine was a killer. So this telegram is a list of both victims and killers, is it? Indeed, and it would seem that Miss Shin was dispatched from Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Dr. Wilson. Her visiting student status being merely a front. Ah. Which would explain, of course, why no motive could be determined for her actions. So the real reason Dr. Wilson was killed by Asashine is because he was the target of an assassination. And forearmed with that knowledge, fresh consideration of this telegram puts the list in a very different perspective. What do you mean? Well, does it not strike you? There was another among the 4, who subsequently became a visiting student. Wait, you mean? But of course, a name you only know too well. You mean Kazuma? Oh. He did say in court earlier today. Yes. On the 31st of October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. And the mission was the assassination of the Mark. Young Mr. Asogi accepted that mission a year ago now. Surely not. In conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts. An international agreement, one might say, detailing an assassin exchange. An assassin exchange? How could Kazuma have possibly gotten involved with something like that? Let's assume that we have 2 parties, each wishing to dispose of a distinct individual. Those two parties then make a contract to swap their respective assassination targets. That would then be an assassin exchange. So to begin with, the British assassiness dispatches a visiting student to Japan, where she kills her target. And then... oh, that's really a lot. And then the Japanese assassinist dispatches the visiting student to Britain in order to eliminate his target. It certainly does sound like an exchange. But... what on earth was the point? Don't forget, Naruhodo, that the British assassin at least escaped conviction, thanks to the diplomatic immunity afforded by a consular jurisdiction. Oh yes. Such jurisdiction should be null and void under the terms of the new treaty between our two countries, so the fact that it was brought into play suggests intervention at the highest level. The highest levels? These murders were two sides of the same coin, linked not by a common motive, but by contractual agreement. As such, they appeared utterly unrelated. Yet in truth, the assassins were complicit in one singular devilish scheme. That disassociation and a safeguard of diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot. But wait a minute, Sholmes. If this telegram really is describing the exchange of assassins as you're suggesting, it would mean that the Japanese killer's target was never Seisha or Jigoku at all. It would mean Ahsoka's target was actually Inspector Gregson. What? Kazuma was here for Gregson? So that Jigoku wasn't actually the mark? Yes, that's exactly what it would mean. I hold myself personally responsible, for failing to keep the Inspector safe. Mr. Sholmes. I told him of my fears and implored him to seek the transfer to an overseas position. Obviously, with the young pickpocket in tow. Yes, Gina. Come to think of it, Inspector Gregson did mention that to us at the Great Exhibition, that he'd be transferring to the Paris police and taking Gina with him. But without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. And sadly, it turned out to be his very last. This is too much to take in. Alright everyone, that's quite enough of all that serious talk for one day. Isn't it, Hurley? I mean, look at the time! Ah, quite right, Iris. We must include our preparations for tomorrow. What preparations? Well, I think I shall make my way back to my hotel room now. It has certainly been a night to remember. It is. A little bit sad, though. I mean, I like the idea of you being my daddy. Because then, Susie would have been my big sister. I'm sorry, Iris. I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing. Were you? But if somebody like me would be worthy, I'll be delighted to become your big sister. What? Really? Oh yes, without question. So, you teach me all the ways you know to throw Runo to the floor? Yes, of course. It will be my pleasure. You don't have to quite agree so readily. Oh, but wait a minute. Susie's going to be my big sister. You could be my big brother if you want, Runo. Huh? I mean, yes, of course. If you have me, I'll gladly be your brother. Well done, Iris. You must always be mindful of feelings. I've raised you so well. Because being sensitive is your strong suit naturally. Oh my gosh, man. It's literally so cute. Like, they've built up a family. It's so adorable. So adorable. Right. I'm going to work extra hard for tomorrow now, because it's for my big brother and sister. What's all this talk about preparing for tomorrow? Preparing what? You just have to wait and see. Oh, great, another secret. Good luck in court tomorrow. I'm expecting a sterling performance. I'll do my very best, of course. So the overnight break in the trial's proceedings became a crucial turning point, exposing new truths while posing new conundrums. That list of 4 names on a telegram in Jigoku's office. An extraordinary assassination plot in which my best friend had become involved. I felt as though I had been plunged into an even greater darkness all of a sudden. But at the same time, I felt sure I would see the light again soon. Aww. Look at all these folks. Because I was lucky enough to have. Oh, it makes a grown man want to cry. So adorable. The most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly beside me. Behind me. Naruhodo's the only 20-year-old in that entire roster. Everybody else is either, what's it called, a teenager or a young kid, or a full-grown man. Dun 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 dun. Well, that was really short, like unbelievably short, and that's taking into account the fact that I was pausing so much. It probably would have been like 40 minutes if I was good about time. Anyways, yeah, so. Dun 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 dun. 4th of November, 9:30 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Wow, no introduction either. Just straight to it. Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice, and the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he is... I can't talk well, excuse me, sorry. And a discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion, that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Counsels, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end. You want to talk about resolve? I'll talk about resolve. Oh. Well, will you look at that? Persona 6 teaser trailer. Now that is insane. Where is it? People were talking about yesterday how, what's it called? If you went back and you saw Allen Iverson during the 2001 finals, Twitter would have broke. Twitter would have actually broke if they did that. Excuse me. If the internet was as advanced as it is now. Let me see what was announced in these trailers right now. You guys excited for Final Fantasy VII? It's gonna be a crazy finale. Alright, Gears of War, Fable, Halo, Renaissance, or excuse me, Resonance. Of course, Persona 4 Revival, super exciting. State of Decay 3, Custom Seas. Ooh, Metro 2039. I still gotta play the other ones because I remember seeing one of my friends play some of them. It looked really cool. It looked really, really cool. Bad Magpie. What the hell? Okay, Bad Magpie. Wulong 2. I don't know, my friend's gonna be excited for that. Senwa. Join us. Doom, The Dark Ages Revelations. Crazy Taxi. Yeah. I wonder if they're gonna have it in the comments. Please, somebody in the comments say it. Yeah, yeah. Hold on, give me 1 second. Yeah. Oh my gosh, they still have it. Yo, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not even a Crazy Taxi LARPer. I never played the games, but that song, well, I forgot what the song was called itself. The Offspring, what's the name of the song? Not that one. Well, I mean, if you look up Crazy Taxi, you'll get it, but yeah, All I Want. The song is called All I Want, and it's so iconic. I never even grew up with Crazy Taxi, but that song is iconic. Yeah. Oh my gosh, everybody in the comments is talking about it, like. So day after day. So take all the rules, take all the bad. Be control, it's all I want. It's all I want. It's all I want. That's so iconic, man. If I was a Crazy Taxi fan, I would be so hyped. That's so fire. But yeah, a new Xbox, Age of Empires 4. Actually, is that 4? Is that the Roman numeral 4? If I'm right, or is that 6? It is 4. I was right. Valor Mortis, The Elder Scrolls Online, Fallout 76, Microsoft Flight Simulator, Where Winds Meet, New Castlevania, cool. Vivarium, sorry. Persona 6, Spyro, Clockwork Revolution, and Modern Warfare 4. Let's look at Persona 6. Yeah. Looks like Alice is finally back in the game, bro. It's been a while, but they're back in it. Well, they had a Metaphor Fantasia. They still do have a play. Persona 4 remastered or remade from the ground up is beautiful. That's actually like, man, can bring a man to tears. That's so cool. So cool. Anyways, yeah, I just had to look at those trailers real quick because, you know, Summer Games Fest and a Sony showcase, like, only ones that really applied to me were like Final Fantasy VII. That's it, really. I don't play God of War. I played 3, but that's it, really. I didn't play any of the new ones, but like, seeing stuff like that is so cool. The Persona fans are eating right now. Anyways, yeah. Fire, fine. Resolve. Yes, that's my intention. My lords, if I may inquire, the defendants may speak. Now that is a good question. On what grounds is Kazuma Sogi permitted to continue in his role as a prosecutor? He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart. Requesting the judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this day. Kazuma. Whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. Jeezy, Reaper. Kazuma is bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're heading into a very dangerous territory. Is that really Kazuma-sama even? Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us? As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume. Don't speak for me, dog. Yes, my lord. In that case, in her name of the Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed hearing of Barack von Zeeks. The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Very well then. This preamble has taken long enough. It's only taken like 5 minutes. What are you talking about? Prosecutor Isogi, begin. As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Bring Seishiro Jigoku into the courtroom. At last, then, we've reached the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. Come on, Ryunosuke. It's time for that steely resolve, because this is going to be the test. Teasing. This is going to test it to the limit. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court. So it was you who issued this, was it? Your subpoena. Your subpoena. I did what was necessary. Well, look what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. His smile's gonna drop. Yep. My name is Seishiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the courtroom, the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I am of course fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. It was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty. Judge Jigoku, I must ask. Well, I never! Fancy the young murdering student Well, I never. Fancy the young murdering student turning up here of all places. You acquitted me yourself, and now I'm a practicing defense lawyer. Yes, you're full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see. You came here to London by invitation to the I can't talk. Some string of just long words. You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. But then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France. Took flight? I'd have to object to that turn of phrase. Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances? Well, I was somewhat expecting this, and I'm sorry to say, I declined to comment. What? Leaving the country prematurely when I was an invited guest may be questionable etiquette, but my decision is unrelated to this case. I cannot be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say? I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I'd obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I am in no position to testify. It's as simple as that. So you would run from all this? I beg your pardon? This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. Has ties to another murder. Oh my goodness, excuse me. Has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now. A year ago in Japan? The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean? Huh. That's right, and you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it. Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. Let's see your evidence, then. What proof do you have to say sure Jigoku is involved in this case?
Take that!
This is a telegram detailing a communication set between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. That's so crazy, Persona. Yeah. Sorry, I just saw the trailer in my feed again. Yeah. No more heroes. Oh, I'm about to say I thought it was a new game for some reason. Day after day, oh, life a rag. This is a telegram detailing a communication set between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. Ooh, you couldn't make a more murderous looking face if you tried. My goodness. Yeah. Voicing Judge Jigoku is going to be fun in this trial. Can't lie. Hi. You little. Where did you get that? In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Jigoku. How? How on earth did you? What's this all about? Why is my name on that list? The list of 4 names follow a certain pattern. T. Gregson and John Wilson, T. Gregson and J. Wilson are names of victims. Kyosugi and A. Shin are the name of assassins. No. A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett. But her real name was Asashine, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. Mikotoma. Asashine and her victim John Wilson. But the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Asogi, whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson. Kazuma Asogi and Tobias Gregson, one assassin from each country, to kill a target residing in the other. What exactly is the defense suggesting? The 2 cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of an assassination exchange. In a telegram, the defense has acquired as proof of the international contract to kill. But what? Nanda? The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you. There you go. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you. Judge Jigoku, what's this all about? And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you accepted the assassination mission, but the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract. Very impressive, Ryunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. The name of the target the name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Seishiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you. Oh, you deliberately avoided saying the name. The defense claims these 4 names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? The silence only goes to prove his guilt. It's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility at the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Grouse. Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in contempt of court. There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then. As a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassin exchange in the events of the night of the 31st. Present your formal testimony at once. As you wish, my lord. The assassin exchange. Hi. It's true that Kazuma Asogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector Tobias Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. Of the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so I clearly can't be involved. So you admit it then, as his communication suggests. There really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan. A political endeavor at the highest levels, not something I can discuss here. To use such a worthy practice as foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard. Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge. Pardon? Asogi had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know. Well, none though. Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Counsel? Kazuma-sama. Judge Jigoku, if you are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterparts in Britain. I'm not obliged to divulge that information. As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassin exchange that the defense has identified as unrelated to the events of this case. The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk, because if he'd been shot in the cabin, is it conceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it? That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London, in a room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Barack Van Zeeks. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged. Okay, that's a lot of words here. To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such a Machiavellian dealings. Clearly, it's a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute. Well, I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Be that as it may, it is not the place for this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel? Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. Alright. It's true that Kazuma Osogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. A year ago, when Kazuma was still in Japan then. Correct. It was at the examination center for applicants for the study tour that I approached him. I'll never forget it. I remember exactly what you said. You just came out and asked me forthright if I considered traveling to Britain on an assassination mission. Surely not. I thought it was a joke at first, of course. But then, it was made clear to me that if I didn't accept, I would be considered for the study tour. So, you agreed to it, just for that? I mean, I know how much you wanted to study in England, but assassination? The Empire of Japan had accepted a proposal from the British Empire at the time, an agreement to send a student from each country to the others to deepen cultural understanding and friendship. But behind the scenes, the chosen students were to be given assassination missions. I had no choice but to accept a proposal that originated from my British counterparts. Why? Why didn't you expose the plot then and there? Britain acknowledges no part in these alleged misbegotten dealings. I advise you not to make spurious allegations. Forward, Minister Jigoku. As a witness, I am bound to tell the truth, my lord. Anyway, I picked Asogi and explained the details of the plan to him. The target was Inspector Tobias Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. Why, Kazuma? Why did you pick him as the assassin? Why Kazuma? There you go. He was the most capable of all the applicants, and in addition, I knew his desire to travel to Britain was very strong. In fact, it was almost more than a desire. It was his whole purpose of life. In life. Yes, as his best friend, I can certainly attest to that. The way he threw himself into his studies, the way he pursued becoming a qualified lawyer. It was all ultimately for that one single goal of being accepted on a study tour to Britain. And of course, we knew the reason behind that. He was determined to find out for himself the truth about his father, Genshin Isoki. There's nothing I wouldn't have done to get here. Be that agreeing to assume the role of an assassin, or betraying people's trust. Well, you certainly did a fine job of betraying mine, Isoki. Why was Inspector Gregson the target? I have no idea. Those were orders from Britain. I was in no position to question them. You have no idea? Really? I find that hard to believe. Oh, do you? Judge Jigoku was once a visiting student here in Britain himself, of course. Perhaps he has some connection with Inspector Gregson from that time. The defense really ought to catch up. With what? With the fact that the assassin exchange has absolutely nothing to do with the case under scrutiny here. Yes, I already admitted to recruiting Isoki. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man wasn't able to carry out his mission. Hold it! I presume you're referring to the incident that occurred during Kazuma's passage to Great Britain, to Britain in January. The awful tragedy that took place on the steamship. Word arrived at the ministry some 2 weeks after the ship's departure from our shores. The visiting student had been killed, but his body had somehow gone missing in Hong Kong. The news was wired to me from a detective I placed on a ship to accompany the assassin. Obviously, Kazuma didn't actually die at all, but he did lose his memory, cutting all details about his special mission. Did you not consider dispatching another assassin at that point? That wasn't possible, simply because that black-clad young student over there had already put himself forward as Isoki's replacement. And there was no way to stop him from reaching Britain. Me? My hands are completely tied. So Mr. Sholmes' strategy worked perfectly. He predicted everything that would happen. Months later, my memory returned. But I never intended to go through with the assassination mission anyway. So you were playing me right from the outset, were you? Is that it? I'd sooner be guilty of that crime than taking someone else's life. I was prepared to do whatever I had in order to get myself here to Britain. This line of questioning has gone on long enough. All the court should be concerned about in the testimony given by the witness are details relating to his relationship with Inspector Gregson and the victim's murder. In that case, as I've already made perfectly clear, I had no connection to the man or his death. And you have some means of substantiating his plea. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside of my cabin at all times.
Hold it!
Outside your cabin in the first class area of the SS Grouse, you mean? Yes, that's right. Not least because there was a murder of a student passenger earlier in the year, I imagine. The liner operators have taken up posting a crewman outside every first class cabin door. I can confirm the presence of a crewman guard myself. What do you mean? Because I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk that night. I witnessed it with my own eyes. There was a well-built crewman standing guard directly in front of the door to the witness's cabin. At the particular time, of course, I'd gone to the ship's dining room for dinner. The inspector and I asked the crewman to allow us into the cabin while we waited for Judge Jigoku's return. I suppose Inspector Gregson was there in his capacity as the Reaper. He was intending to take the witness's life. Exactly, as I said numerous times now. Oh, sorry. I had no intention of killing anyone. So the crewman led two potential assassins to the cabin he was supposed to be guarding. Not the most convincing of centuries, really. In truth, those were my thoughts too. But anyway, I stayed to talk with Inspector Gregson for a short while, and then I left him there and made my way off to the ship alone. Off the ship alone. Was the guard still at the door when you went? Yes. He glared at me as I walked past. You see? That proves it. With even a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved. The crewman who was standing directly outside your cabin door, you mean? That's right. A muscular man with a permanent grim expression on his face. He didn't want to move from that spot. To be honest, I thought he was a miserable fellow. But as it happens, he's a vital witness now. There's no doubt that Gregson was killed by a gunshot. It's inconceivable that a crewman standing just outside the cabin door wouldn't have heard that. But wait, what about the ship's enormous steam engines? The noise of them could have drowned out the sound of the gun being fired. Sadly, young judicial assistant, that won't wash. Oh. You will recall that my cabin was in the first class area of the ship, which is also, of course, the quietest. Don't imagine for a moment that it's anything like steerage with the judicial assistant's gun. I didn't mean... But a hole like that made by a bullet was found in your cabin, Judge Jigoku. That's compelling evidence that a gun was fired in there. What's that? A bullet hole? Oh yes, you're talking about what the detective uncovered in the wall yesterday, I presume. That was obviously a rotten panel eaten up by a woodworm. No doubt he didn't find an actual bullet. That's the hole in this argument. Sadly, I was unable to arrange for the crewmen to be brought back to Britain with me. But obviously, if a gun had been fired in my cabin on the night in question, as the defense implies, I would have been arrested on the spot and would never have made it to Britain in the first place. Very true. The witness's logic is sound, since no gunshot was heard from the witness's cabin on the night in question. We must assume that the witness is telling the truth. I'm glad you've seen sense, my lord. I know Kazuma's already admitted to taking on this incredible assassination plot, but even so, hearing it confirmed by somebody else is still a real shock. It's unforgivable, using Kazuma-sama's feelings to manipulate him into agreeing into such a despicable plan. But I think Kazuma manipulated just Jigoku too. He completely double-crossed him. Oh dear. It's hard not to see that as oh wow, she's so biased. It's hard not to see that as a stroke of brilliance on Kazuma-sama's part. One way or another though, Gregson ended up dead. Well, you think that the murder must have happened aboard that steamship? So you mean that Jigoku must be lying? I know I shouldn't let my emotions cloud my judgment, but you must destroy him, Mr. Naruhodo.
Objection!
Oh, that's not right. Wow.
Objection!
Okay, that makes sense. Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Jigoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claims, the guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st. What? Where did you get that? Where I got the other stuff, man. You already know. It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if I remember. Herlock Sholmes again. According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m. and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Growlers were to gather on deck for an evacuation trip. All crewmen were away from their posts. We're in a 20-minute interval, of course. Any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Jigoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime.
Objection!
A such limited window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke, but it amounts to nothing. Why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false. Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture. Very true. Well, counsel. Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has evidence to prove it. You will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proofs do you have that the victim's life was taken in Judge Jigoku's cabin on the 31st? Okay, that's us.
Take that!
Judge Jigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday. What is that? The crown of a pocket watch? Excuse me, the crown of a pocket watch? A pocket watch? And if you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part. It can't be. Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on a spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this is a tree from Judge Jigoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during a 20-minute evacuation drill in a cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku. Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer?
Objection!
Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. And your argument sounds entirely plausible. At first. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. What? And I believe that Jigoku feels the same way. I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year. Sorry, I cannot fulfill this request. If I'd known it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast. That's just mean. That's just unnecessary. I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you will notice the pitfall into which you stumbled. Well, then you should have told the court earlier, wouldn't you? My goodness, talking about, oh, all you're doing is spouting drivel. And tell the whole truth. Like... There you go. Okay. Prior to your renewed testimony, I'd like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume. Yes, I do. Very well then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st of October. Of course. As a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice. Nah, he's gonna lie again. Check this out. The events in the cabin. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him, with an Ipin Soy throw though. He couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It's nothing to do with the murder. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain, because his body was found in London. That's flimsy. Ipon Soy. A common jujutsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. So, Ryunosuke, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? What? The fact that the pocket watch is broken in the witness's cabin in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there. I have no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death. How many streams have I done for this case so far? Only one. Only one so far. Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord. If this testimony holds, Judge Jigoku will be deemed to have had no involvement in the case. Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination. You're not going to take it from me because I'm going to use it. You will be seeing this cross-examination. Sorry, my lord. The defense has a right to cross-examine. I do not intend to squander it. You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten. That's because I'm not beaten. They keep doubting the kid. Oh my goodness. Naruto's gonna give his knee to the city like he's Blake Griffin, bro. Oh, I'm sick of it. In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruto. There you go. The events in the cabin.
Hold it!
Because the so-called guard posted at your cabin door had just let your killer pass, you mean? Apparently, Gregson told the crewman he was a police inspector, which was the truth, of course. Wouldn't have had his identification with him now. He had his trench coat and mustache, not to mention a bag of chips. I imagine a crewman was convinced. But the man accompanying him would have had 2 swords slung around his waist. You mean me? Who else? What are we talking about? Yes, that's true. You would have hoped the sight of a few swords might have set off alarm bells in the guard's head. The point is, I left the cabin before its occupant returned, and I immediately disembarked the ship. Certainly, all I can tell you is that only the inspector was waiting for me when I arrived back in my room. To your cabin. You entered without an inkling of suspicion. That's right, none whatsoever. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me.
Hold it!
Obviously, you're talking about Inspector Gregson. Yes, though at time I didn't know the man's name. At the time. And it was no time for introductions. I value my life over manners. By which you mean, the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose. That was certainly the impression given by the gun pointing in my direction. I've never seen the muzzle of a revolver shake about so much in all my life. Anyone would think the man had never shot somebody before. He probably didn't. Not gonna lie. Believe it or not, most of us haven't. Anyway, there was no time to call for the help of the crewmen at the door, so I dealt with the man myself. I soon took care of him with an Ippon Seion throw. Super Saiyan throw though. He couldn't wait to run away after that.
Hold it!
Even though the man had a gun, that was a brave move, wasn't it? Turn off my AC, I can't hear anything. Actually, I guess that could be fixed by just turning up the volume without getting a headache, so. Yeah. There you go. My Bonseo is faster than a bullet, I can assure you. Surely all that commotion caused the crewman to come in, didn't it? Yes, of course. He burst in immediately without knocking. The inspector heard himself at the stocky fellow. He just managed to slip past him to make his escape. The outstanding guard does it again. Look at the many situations I can't get out of using a quick Ippon Seo throw. Junior Seo. Yeah, Junior Seo. I remember hearing about him because he played football and he was a what's it called? I forgot what the word was, but he was a victim of CTE. I don't remember how he passed away, but oh, it was suicide. Man. He is in the Hall of Fame, yeah. Anyways, I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder.
Hold it!
The crown snapped off and the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked. Preferable to the man's head being pulled off or his spine cracking, wouldn't you say? Not that the man was spared for long. A bullet to the chest soon saw to that. But the point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that a murder took place. Absolutely not. All the watch proves is the power of my jujutsu throw. Whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in that cabin. Because there was an obvious bullet hole in the wall. What are you talking about? That's what the star of your lowbrow detective stories told you, is it? Well, I don't care for such fiction. Haven't you worked it out yet, you little stripling? No murder took place in my cabin. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain, because his body was found in London. But there's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive. Just take a moment to think that the idea of yours... Sorry, excuse me. Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling. Huh. The inspector was killed on a steamship in France. There you go. How on earth could he have gotten back to Britain? When people die, Their bodies remain at the same spot. It's a devil of a thing. Well, then, obviously the culprit must have moved the body. How exactly? Carrying a corpse off of a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think? Well, yes, that's true, but... all passenger luggage is inspected when it is unloaded from arriving vessels. And I would like to think the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage. If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, we would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There'd be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. That's killed that idea then. But perhaps not. Miss Suzette? We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them, which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in sea. Yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I'd been perfectly clear, which means I'm going to have to explain it in words you understand. I think I'll talk to my testimony. With your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objection. State your admitted testimony now. There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain. Don't you get snippy with me, I didn't do nothing. There you go. There's an idea. Think about it strictly. All passengers and crew disembarked at the same time and passed through the same checks at the border. The symposium's guests, well, that's not what it said. The symposium's guests were then driven straight to the hotel in carriages organized by the ministry. We met you as soon as you arrived at the hotel. So you did. Well then, remind me. Did I have a corpse over my shoulder at the time? What? No. So we're in agreement. Couldn't possibly have brought the inspector's body back to Britain. Unless, of course, you develop some clever device these days to instantly move things from A to B. Funny you should say that. Professor Hadbrain's invention didn't actually work, if you remember, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, of course. The event has become unusually quiet, I notice. Yes, because there's really nothing more to say. So that's his story. Well, I suppose if you think about it, whenever you drop a teacup in the office and it breaks, you don't say, Mr. Naruhodo has been murdered there, do we? Is that a veiled threat about what might happen to me if I break another one? And the fact is that Inspector Gregson's body was found in a little room on Fresno Street. He really was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin. The body would have had to have been moved somehow, obviously. Transporting a dead body over a country border, that would be impossible for the majority of people. Except for one. So it must have been some special circumstances that made it possible for the culprit then. That could be a vital realization, I think, Mr. Naruhodo. the freezer? Let's see. Oh, washi. Does that make sense?
Objection!
Okay, no, it was a suitcase. Since we didn't have his suitcase as evidence, all we could use was the picture. Which is smart. It's generally smart. He couldn't let us smoke it. Man, I feel like ReZero's openings and outros are so good, like actually so good. My favorite ones are definitely what the Myth and Royd openings and endings though. Those are so tough. I'm glad they're basically like the main band that they chose. Like how Film and Alchemist Stid was one of the main like guys that they had on there. He did 2 of the openings, but still, it's pretty. What's it called? It's pretty good. Anyways, yeah. So possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? Well, we see the opposite is true. And what's that supposed to mean? I'm saying you're a fraud. I'm calling you out of your name, bro. Because I don't believe you. And what's that supposed to mean? Far from being impossible for you to do. The transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do. What are you talking about, Ryunosuke? As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Which means he's exempt from having his logic searched when he enters the country. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a long time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? I knew you were jealous. I'll kill you. I presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku. It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will notice, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting... I'm afraid I am, yes. Excuse me. I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel. The body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Jigoku's trunk. Order! Order! Order in the court! I'm skeptical, as counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk. It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside this trunk. And verifying that could be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku? But inside his trunk? How horrifying. After we spoke with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street. Taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body. But I don't have to listen to this nonsense. Dr. Gori, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. I want to make it known, by the way, I haven't been using the guide since the start of this section. Pretty proud of myself. Small achievements, but slowly but surely making progress. But it sucks that I've relied on the guide so much. Granted, I only do it when I generally don't have an idea what to do. But the fact that that's been more common than not is really sad. But hey, man, I'm only as smart as I am, which is not very. Wow. Alright, so you saw someone get ratioed 3 times in a row. My goodness. Anyways, Dr. Gori, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. He's also acknowledged there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator. Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between. Yes, I'm sure they are, but one place they are certainly found is on large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages. The SS Grouse is no exception. Professor Mikotoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jigoku. However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer. Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move, letting a Sogi and you embark on a study tour. What are you talking about now? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. Easy on logical reasoning. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already. Judge Jigoku, please, stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond? Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there? Why ever not? Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical. The actual scene of the crime. The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Frenton Street where the gunshot was heard. As the accused, Brock Van Zeke shot the victim at point-blank range. Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at the time, the defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling. Buddy. The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly. Jeez, I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim. That's the only fairy tale here. How can you say that? Quite simply, because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you had better explain yourself to the court now, or don't you? The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim.
Take that!
Wow, what a great piece of advice, Susan.
Take that!
It's not that one either. Wow. Okay. Well, then that's no good. Okay, let's look at the pieces of evidence then. So...
that! Take that!
That sucks. Alright. Alrighty. Okay.
Take that!
I generally don't know how to what's it called. I don't know what I'm missing here.
Take that!
Yeah, no, it couldn't be that either, yeah. Doesn't prove anything. Alright, I'm gonna give it one more try.
Take that!
I don't even know. Okay, let's see. What do they want me to do? Because I'm not seeing it right now. Wow. Okay, that's actually really clever. I'm not gonna lie, I would not have gotten that. The way I would have gotten it was just by continuing to guess. But it's really clever. I can't even be mad at it. It's not like it's a leap in logic, but granted. Yeah, no, it's not a leap in logic. I wouldn't say so.
Take that!
That's a good, what's it called? Alrighty. A photograph of the victim in the very location you claim he wasn't killed. Yes, but the point is, the posture of the body itself. If Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that. Sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. He could have easily adopted the fetal position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Jigoku, but it's your logic that is flawed. What? According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position. It's funny, just when I was talking about how I didn't need to use the guide, here I go, using it again. Oh well. Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now. Yeah, you're suggesting. The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Frester Street, before it was coldly turned out on the floor, from the inside of a large travel trunk. Oh, you're quite right. The shape of the body was exactly as if it had been as if it had been kept in a confined space. Judge Jigoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it would contain traces of the victim's blood. Present my trunk. I refuse. What? On what grounds? I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. Should have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling's baseless accusations. In other words, just Jigoku, there is blood in your trunk. I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Objection!
I have privileges that allow me to... At this moment, you're not a government minister. You're a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are, or what your status outside this courtroom might be. You will not withhold information. Excuse me, sorry. Let me redo that. I don't care who you are, or what your status outside this courtroom might be. You will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth. Order in the court. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what is it? What is it to be? You can't be serious. You did it? Have you no shame at all? Kazuma Asogi. What? Very well. I admit. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense. What? You? Dear God, outrageous! So it was you. So it was you. You admit to Inspector Gregson's murder. No, I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I may dispose of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin. In order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it out into the ocean. So, I decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me, and dispose of it somewhere else. You still can't deny it, even if you didn't do it. Excuse me. You still can't deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man? As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life. Oh. That's right. Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Asogi. You. Never thought you'd stoop to this, Seishiro Jigoku. You've taken the words straight out of my mouth. Prosecutor Kazuma Asogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin, you could pin the crime on me, did you? Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission no less. You wouldn't. So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You heard my testimony now. That's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more. I don't believe this. Counsel for defense. Excuse me. Counsel for the defense. What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asogi. This is the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. Excuse me. Yes, in the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku and Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson. Only one of them did it. I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well. The defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Asogi is impossible. Judge Jigoku, let me remind you something you said only a few minutes ago. You claim that logical reasoning is the feature of the judicial process. It is. No question. Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asogi to commit the crime. What? The court can only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Asogi's involvement?
Take that!
Oh my gosh, alright, great.
Take that!
Again? Alright, man. Alright. I'm just not thinking anymore. Okay. This itinerary for crew members of the SS Grouse, my lord. This is conclusive proof. Itinerary? Does that prove anything? Judge Jigoku, the moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant. What? Why? On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. There you go. Absolutely. Because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate it. So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. That narrows it down to 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated on the itinerary. Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far. But your crucial point is, when the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Now, clearly the murder could have only been committed by somebody who was on board the vessel at the time. The prosecutor Sogi stated in yesterday's proceedings I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in town and returned to England the following morning, which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Sogi couldn't have possibly carried out the killing. No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all. What do you mean? The boy's saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on a ship. Just waiting for his chance to come back and... No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof. No, there's no escape this time, Titi. There's no escape this time. You can't forget that you're a judge or a government, Jizi. You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you give the court an honest answer as a common man. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. And you dumped the body in the room on Frederick Street. It made it look like as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it? Seishiro Jigoku. It was that damn trial 10 years ago. That's when it all began. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. What the heck? What? How'd you do that? How'd you delay it? It's over. My life is over. There you go. A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. a Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade a conviction and return safely to their homelands. The assassin exchange requests arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. There was hardly a request, it was a demand. And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi. But things didn't go according to plan. But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain, and you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement. Because I was already on my way to Britain at that time in Kazuma's place. And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself. Personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that. The International Forensic Symposium, I suppose. I presume. That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. So I enlisted the help of my British counterpart. And made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure out the man, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. What? The Reaper? There's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind behind the entire operation. The Reaper himself. Oh. So, that means that the assassin exchange was... It was all planned by the Reaper. I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterparts. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. But it was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death. Oh, how awful. It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door. So I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time waiting. For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock. I'd intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came round and went for me in a reckless move. I received the British issue gun 16 years earlier, by a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. Never imagined I had to use it for something like that. So the revolver belongs to you, does it? The victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS grounds, which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street. The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There was no way I could take the body up on deck to throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first class cabin entries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room. And then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police. I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Grex's intended schedule. Yes, my British counterparts sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon, in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification. I decided that the man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit. So I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk. I must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then. Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers. Miss Venus, of course. I conceived of the candle trick there and then, so I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot. What sort of disguise? There you go. Okay, sorry. For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case, so I put that on. I suspect I drew more attention to myself in that than I would have otherwise. The hairpiece was found at the scene. The inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation. Only arrived at the room at around 4:45, so I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board and set up my little candle tray. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later, so that Mr. Boone was to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder. What was that? I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips. And I noticed that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back into his pocket the following morning, but, well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had already accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did. Looks a lot smaller without the winner stand there. I've heard enough. There you go. You've arrived at the truth about the murder of the one country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The winners will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you could expect the most severe penalty. An exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea. Mr. Jigoku, One last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us. Enough! I've already told you that I cannot say. Even though as things stand, you may very well never set foot to your homeland again. What are you waiting for? Can we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished. And then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now present the findings to the court. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. Seishiro Jigoku. It is the opinion of this court that you should be found. And may I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court. Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond a doubt. Oh, how wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, thank you. Is something wrong? I'm just a little troubled by his silence. The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey and his extraordinary assassin exchange. We do remain in the dark about these mysteries, however. Insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in his trial, we have reached a conclusion. In 3 hours, yes, that's a good healthy stream time. I don't think we're done yet though. At least with this section. Insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in his trial, we have reached a conclusion. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries. As a prosecutor. As you wish. Now for the form of adjudication. I hereby declare the defendant, Barack Van Zeeks.
Objection!
If I were anyone to do it, it would be him. Objection! The prosecution calls for adjudication to be deferred. The accuser's innocence hasn't been fully established at all, and therefore, it will be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position. But Dr. Goku's already confessed. Nevertheless, Barack Van Zeeks has committed crimes for which he must be punished. Well, it appears you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Asagi. Certainly. The murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Judge Jigoku, Seishiro Jigoku. But it is clear from the witness's testimony he was coerced into complying with the plot. Into the sick, merciless assassin exchange. That may be true, but... So what I want to know is, who coerced Judge Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? The victim went to France having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassination, I keep saying assassination, assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we already established, the Reaper himself. Well, certainly, don't appear to follow. The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Barack Van Zeeks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey, and furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. He is on his neck. Oh my goodness, he is on his neck. Order! Yeah, order, whatever. Order. The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery council. Are you suggesting you have some new information which to build a case? Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Zeeks very thoroughly in that regard, and they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper. Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed. What do you mean? It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself, which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You are guilty enough of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zeeks. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes. That explains Cosmo's silence before. You'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zeeks unwillingly started 10 years ago. Very well. Whilst it's extremely irregular, I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he had with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely. I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing. Pray turn a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify that this violent, unremitting accusation has ensoured the contents of my hallowed chalice. Lord Van Zeeks, put down the cup! I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now, and ever since that time, I've endured the weight of implied guilt that's come with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now, and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. Don't let justice aside, Lord Van Zeeks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey. And what says the defense? Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. And Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment, he's not thinking logically. You're right that he's not him. Excuse me. You're right that he's not himself. But I knew it would be like this. And I came here today determined to face him through whatever may rise. Whatever may rise. As a lawyer and as his friend. Then that's what we must do. The defense has no objection, my lord. Very well. Defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper. And the assassin exchange. As you wish, my lord. The Reaper and the assassin exchange. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Grex's involvement. The reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange. So you deny all accusations by the prosecution, both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey, and that you masterminded the assassin exchange. I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that is a fallacy, which I alone am in a position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes that the testimony just given by the accused be untrue. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Nanda, yes. Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? Desire to uncover the truth, even if the truth proves your client to be guilty. From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth cannot be hidden. Sooner or later it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in the pursuit of the truth. I want you to remember what you just said. Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense. Proceed to cross-examine the witness. Why am I doing it? Why wouldn't Asogi do it if he's the one that pressed the charge? Yeah. Persona 4 Revival and Persona 6. Man, what the hell? That's crazy, bro. That's insane to think about. Yeah. Sorry, it's just stuck in my head. It's crazy. Oh my goodness, that song is so good. Day after day, a whole life a wreck. Yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Cosmo. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony. Yeah. The Reaper and the Assassin exchange. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill.
Hold it!
So you're not what the general public refers to as the infamous Reaper of the Bailey. Exactly. Don't imagine for a moment that the court will be satisfied with a one-word answer on this. I realize that. If you're intending to comment on every sentence, this could take a while, Cosmo. Didn't you find it disturbing now that one by one, defendants who've been acquitted after your unsuccessful prosecution were killed? Let me answer that question by posing another. If, one by one, defendants who've been acquitted after your successful defense were killed, would you find that disturbing? Disturbing? I couldn't possibly say how that would make me feel with a one-word answer like that. Excuse me. I couldn't possibly say how that would make me feel with a one-word answer like that. Exactly. Well, that told me. But even though I'm not the Reaper, that doesn't mean I ignored all the hearsay. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was always aware of Gregson's involvement.
Hold it!
Yeah. There you go. You say for years. How long exactly? Since the very first time the Reaper's influence was felt in this courtroom. 10 years ago now. And your investigations led you somehow to Inspector Gregson, you say? I didn't want to believe it. He was a personal acquaintance. We worked on cases together in the past. A friend even. It felt like a betrayal, but I demanded permission to search his office at the yard without his knowledge. Which is when you found his secret notebook, is it? This is when I first learned of the location he noted only as Grouse, and the appointment at 5 p.m. on the 31st, though I didn't know the significance of those details at the time. So now we're at the nub of the matter. As it turns out, the significance for me personally was very unfortunate. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, how I came to uncover them. How I came to discover the body. But why'd you go to that specific location? I thought that if it was the Reaper's headquarters, then by turning up there at 5 o'clock, I would catch whoever was involved red-handed. Sadly, all that was awaiting me was the inspector's corpse. Yes, even though it wasn't designed for you, you walked straight into the trap set by Jigoku. Exactly. Jigoku had intended to implicate Hugh Boone. I said it right, yes sir. But unhappily for me, I arrived at the scene first. Ha! A ridiculously careless blunder. Moved on to just throwing insults around, I see them. Kazuma. Think what you will, doesn't change the truth. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson.
Hold it!
There is a link between you and Gregson now. Of course, we were close acquaintances. We worked on numerous cases together. I considered that the man to be a mentor of sorts. He taught me a number of important lessons. He did? Such as what? Where to buy good fish and chips, and such like. Well, that was convincing. Dr. Wilson was a coroner, of course, but that was some time in the past. And in any case, I understand it was several years ago now that he was invited to work at a Japanese university. That's right, he was a visiting professor at the Imperial Yuma University in Tokyo. It should be unambiguously clear then, that no link exists between myself and him. In other words, I had no motive for sending some assassin across the ocean to kill the man. Oh my goodness, excuse me. That was horrible. Yeah, 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 yeah. It sounds plausible enough, and I want to believe it. Excuse me, it sounds plausible enough, and I want to believe it. But something just about this just doesn't quite sit right with me. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange.
Hold it!
Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm stimming. I'm literally stimming. Oh my gosh. Certainly as it stands, there's no evidence to suggest that you concocted this scheme. But as it stands, we have only the accuser's insistence of his innocence. Sorry, I cannot fulfill that request. Perhaps there is some reason that would explain why he masterminded the assassin exchange. And if a reason could be established later in these proceedings, then the accuser's claim in his testimony that he wasn't involved would amount to perjury. Well, yes, that's true, but clearly Kazuma-sama intends to identify a reason used to make his case. So if he doesn't identify something first, he'll gain the advantage. This could be dangerous, because he's a dangerous man. A convincing testimony by Lord Van Zieks. Certainly with no apparent connection between the three men, there was no way to establish a motive. The testimony seems unassailable as far as I can see. Oh dear me, what a bleak expression. I agree, doesn't appear to be any particular link between them, at a first glance. But with the inclusion of one other person, I must be overthinking it surely. Another person, Mr. Naruhodo. Need to think back over all the information we've gleaned so far. Alright, now review my notes about the case, and all the evidence in the court's record. Could it be the Lord Van Zieks has something to hide after all?
Objection!
I want to make that one known that I just knew what it was. I didn't use the guide for that one. Gotta make sure that the distinction is clear, because I don't want the whole thing to be like, oh yeah, he's cheating the whole time. So that invalidates like anything that he does come up with. But it's just more, it's more what's it called? I give up too easily. That's all it is. Is that Sypha? Yeah, she looks just like Sypha. Oh, it's because that's her daughter, Rose Belmont. Now that's a cool name. Shout out Castlevania, man. It's such a long-running series. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Sorry. What is this? An autopsy report. Wait. This is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Lord Van Zieks. Yeah, yeah. There you go. What? My brother's autopsy report. I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run for the undeniable truth. Order in the court. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report to your counsel? This is the autopsy report of Professor's final victim. Is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. Not that accursed name again. The Professor. I personally researched all the court records relating to the case. I know that at the time the autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's souls. But for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Van Zeeks, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he'd obtain conclusive proof from the procedure. And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document. As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Kenshin Isogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes, and conclusive evidence that convicted him. Well, seems like someone's in my house even though someone shouldn't be, considering I am home alone. I will be right back. Alrighty, so I'm alive. I didn't die, luckily. It was my sister who came here. I'm home alone right now. So she brought me some food before she went out. Really thoughtful of her. But yeah, no. We're not done just yet. I think we're reaching 4 hours soon. This case is not done, not by a long shot. But what's it called? That's so funny, Miles Garrett, bro. What are we talking about? Oh, that's tough. They released the cover art for, or excuse me, the key visual for Persona 4. Man, I'm so excited. Persona 4 is always my favorite one. I never played any of them, but I remember I used to watch Let's Plays of them. And out of all 3 that I've seen, because I haven't seen 1 or 2, and I don't know if I will, but 4 was my favorite, then 3, then 5. I never got a good gauge on 5. Like, it just never rocked with me. But who knows? Who knows? Maybe after Persona 6 they'll remake 5. It'd be so stupid. It'd be like The Last of Us. Well, actually, Persona 4. Yeah, the original Persona 4. It came out in 2008, yeah, I remember. So, when this game releases next year in February, it will have been 19 years since the original release of Persona 4, not counting Golden, released. That is insane. That is actually crazy to think about. Wow. Wow, that's nuts. Oh, wow. Okay. Yo. Man. Wow. Alright, let me lock in. I'm sorry. That just winded me. That's crazy. It enabled Lord Von Zeek's hero to avenge his brother's son's death with a marvelous victory in court. Don't you dare speak about me like that. A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death? That's outrageous. And now, 10 years later, for some reason, the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced. Isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the 2 killers recruited for the assassin exchange. Shua Sogi did all the explaining for us. Order at once! 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham. I swore to myself that I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain. Whatever the cost! You have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast to this vengeful Excuse me. You have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast to this vengeful Nipponese tenacity of purpose here. However, He who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Come on, Kazuma. You know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence, that's nothing more than a wild accusation. As it happens, I have evidence. Nanda? As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being an assassin recruited to kill Seishiro Jigoku, but my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence, and he acknowledged what I already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in the autopsy 10 years ago. What? A secret? I know nothing of any secrets. While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword, Karuma, before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was. Right, I see. You're that Asoki's young lad, are you? And what? You're gonna cut me down with that thing, is it? That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth, that's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So, you admit it then. The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated. It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders. Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak! I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it. That's right. Even then. So that's when the tip of the sword broke. Oh, Kazuma-sama. If the results of Clint Van Ziek's autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer, Gregson, and the lead coroner, Wilson, must have known about it. And it could have only been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Barack Van Zieks. In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins. Exactly. And as was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in his courtroom today, Barack Van Zieks.
Objection!
Kazuma Asogi. What? What you just told the court. Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission. In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper. What? What? Lord Van Zieks? I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one. Lord Van Zieks isn't the one behind all of this. Susie, if Lord Van Zieks is the one behind all of this, then yes, there is only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is too. You! I just had a feeling this name was going to come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper, the Bailey, is. Now, if I didn't play this game originally, I'm not gonna lie, I would have been so confused as to who it could have been. But I know. I know who it is.
Take that!
Yep. The only person who could have arranged an assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Male Strongheart. Lord Strongheart. Yes, it's true that 10 years ago, the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court, but he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zieks, had been killed. I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. Well, Lord Van Zieks, 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession, but I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined. All the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. Excuse me, sorry. I spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now. I was very much mistaken. It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. That same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seishiro Jigoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. I mean, I guess, yeah. Yeah, no, there's no denying that. It is a formal accusal. It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense, or what fantasy at best. You're not going to defend yourself. You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zieks' autopsy. That's utterly untrue.
Objection!
But I heard it straight from Gregson's own lips. He admitted it. And where is your evidence? What? Gregson's dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand. You mean to say... I forget how the system works in your little backwater country, but in the courts of British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't be possibly substantiated by anyone and anything. Order in the court. Following Inspector Gregson's murder, and in the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there is really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago. Is there? So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accused brought by the prosecution, the defense is categorically denied. Accusal. I take it there are no objections. Kazuma, he more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Finessing's autopsy. He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks, even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence, and Dr. Scythe won't say anything against Strongheart. But there's still one ray of hope.
Objection!
Actually, there is one person who could still testify about that autopsy. Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left. Who, Ryunosuke? Who? Tell me! Kazuma, Please. This trial can't end. Not yet! I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. The person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Van Zieks is none other than Yuji Mikoto.
Take that!
Heaven help us. Another Japanese. An expert in forensic medicine, my lord. Professor Yuji Mikoto. 16 years ago, he came to London with Seishiro Jigoku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student. And what could his testimony possibly tell us? Professor Mikoto was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report. Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature. It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Mikoto witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikoto be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us. The defense's demand is denied. What? Professor Mikoto is in London at this very moment. We could summon him in the stands in minutes. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strong has no intention of summoning anyone he knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself. Prosecutor Asogi, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and of masterminding the assassin exchange. I did, yes. So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete. At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence. That's exactly what we need to win his testimony. The professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seishiro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities. But we all know what will happen. That'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again. By which you mean me. Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asogi, you will be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust. since you gave your word. Duh. This futile game of revenge is over. Young Master Asogi. That'll be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over. Court is... Hold it! Boom. There he is. Mr. Sholmes! This is no place for an amateur detection. Mr. Sholmes, may I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once. Mr. Sholmes is instrumental in the apprehension of Seisho Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say. Lord Mail Strongheart, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really? And why would that be? You need only recall your own words from the opening of this trial to answer that question. If I may. You will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory. Can't it? Can it? The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to the prevarications of your superiors? Ooh. That boy's spitting. Order. Order in the court. It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now! The auditors in the gallery have no rights to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence!
He's right. The judge has absolute authority here.
Yes, if he calls the trial to an end, it must end. What will that really do? And since the dark things occurring behind the scenes, dark things indeed. Is there a single person here present? Shoot, man, alright, they're talking so fast. Is there a single person here present who can honestly say he doesn't have sense the same? What's... The trial should go on! Summon the witness! That's right! We need to clear up this up before... Oh, good lord. I can't. Ooh. Before the young Japanese fellows remanded in custody. Capcom has such a great way of using the expressions in this game to convey the strongest of emotions. Oh my goodness, that's beautiful. Wow. There is nothing but oh. It's gonna make me cry, oh my goodness. There is nothing but genuine sincerity and vulnerability in this man's expression right now. Oh. My lord, you assured those present that you would uncover the whole truth here. Vindicate yourself in this outlandish accusation. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of the British law. A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery. On with the trial. Testify. Testify. Testify! Well, my lord. You hear the voice of British justice, I take it? I think you'll find it, well, I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence. The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene. A recess won't be necessary, my lord. Pardon. Mikotoba is a close friend of mine. He come to be meet today. Is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Mikotoba is here in the courthouse. Mr. Sholmes here. You didn't know this would happen, did you? My dear fellow, no one else is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely. I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know. Well, I must thank you for your persistence in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you have no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. I trust you have Iris' little lucky charm with you. Absolutely. It's still in my pocket. She sends her regards and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Oh, of course. In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand. So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I going to be plunged into the blackness of this abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to throw me under. To be continued. Oh man. Oh my goodness, this game is so good. This game is so good. Dun, 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 dun. Final trial. Part 3. What is Maria Gori here doing? Excuse me, what is Maria Gori doing here? I can't talk. Why is she here? Alright, whatever. But yeah, anyways, I'm gonna end it there. This stream has already been going on for 4 hours, which, you know, is pretty good, healthy stream size. I think it's longer than the last one, too. Yeah, the last one was 3.5 hours. And I don't have the time to keep going, because I gotta do something, but, yeah, no, that was a really good stream. Really good stream. It sucks that I had to use the guide for some of them. Or not had to, I chose to use the guide. But, point is that, crazy stream, crazy story, and no matter what, I want to get through the story. I don't want to be slowed by my own, lack of judgment, you know, so just wanna show you guys the story as best as I can. Oh, my fault. I didn't realize you were here, Brody. you came at just the beautiful end of the stream. I'm glad you showed up though, and I'm glad I'm here to see you commented as well. You showed up at just the right part of me looking at the stream. But yeah, next stream will definitely be the final stream for this game, and then after that I'll make a video on this game. Which, granted, if you follow the channel, it's no surprise, I usually do for the streams. Damn, never mind. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you were here for that long. Oh my goodness. I'm glad you enjoyed it though. What's it called? But yeah, no, after that, the next stream game will be announced very shortly after. So I hope you guys will be ready for that. But until then, thank you all for watching. Hope you all have a great rest of your Sunday, and I'll see you all later. Enjoy.